See, is Switch still busted? Alright. I wonder, what does it... What are the requirements? What are the... Okay, one more try. What are the requirements for retiring a chocobo? Retire... I don't know if you actually need to raise them. It's a ridiculously bad guy. Whatever, dude. I'll have to read more later. No, I don't want Choco either. Take it! Take it! Oh yeah, Choco Potion. I wonder if this one got the XP bonus skill. If I have to buy that again. Ah! Oh, I got it. Oh shit, I have way too much stamina here. Oh, Choco Meteor. Sprint shoes! No! Well, second place at least. But there's no point in mashing this. I've been racing too much already. No, I don't have the XP bonus. But it depends if you need it. Like I said, I don't know what how the rank determines. A raised chocobo less than rank 40 cannot be retired. Alright. Okay, so that's it. We just have to level up like 4 billion chocobos. I don't think there's that much more to do than just finishing the main story. Come on. Come on. Oh, soda? All these bunny girls make me think of Final Fantasy XII world. Personally, I like Final Fantasy XII's world the best out of all the FFs. I have never finished 12. But I don't agree, but I do think it is pretty good, the world itself. But it's the Final Fantasy Tactics Advance one. That's the world they used. I don't think Ivalice was the thing, at least not the same one. With the lizard people and everything. The Tactics only had humans, as far as I remember. But the bunny girls are literally the same. Like, they basically just copy-pasted them. Fran is literally in the game. But it's not the same Fran, but it is exactly Fran. She looks exactly the same. But that's because they really like using references in this game. And there's like a cat race. Like there's Catboy race, but there's a cat race as well. And did Tactics Advance come out before 12 or after 12? I don't think so. Maybe. No, 12 came after Tactics Advance. I think that's where they created Ivalice. No, Tactics is where they create Ivalice. Then in Tactics Advance, they expand on Ivalice by making it a story. As far as I understand. I don't remember exactly this story in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. And then in 12, they adopt it into its own thing there. Right? Because you're in Ivalice in 12, right? Yeah. First appearance, Final Fantasy Tactics. Was not dressed as a male stripper? You think he was dressed as a male stripper? Dude, he was a thief and it was hot. He didn't want to wear a shirt because he got sweaty, dude. I do want to actually finish 12. And I want to finish 13 Lightning Returns. I don't think there are any no, I want to finish 2 and 3 as well. I have never finished 2 and 3. Though those games are like the main reason I want to do like a Final Fantasy playthrough. Because I can't finish Final Fantasy 12 when I'm playing it myself. It's too boring. Like, I need the stream to keep me in it. Otherwise, I just can't do it. It's too boring. It's so boring. Robin, I trust you've had a good rest. An envoy of Master Fortuno arrived not long ago with a message. The Loporites have determined Meteon's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. We are at level 89. And we just finished the level 89 trial. So I don't think there's much left. We'll probably be done before the evening's over. But then there are some raid content after that I'm gonna do. And then I'm just gonna level another class. I absolutely... Yeah, 10 also holds a special place in my heart, and it's in the black part of my heart where keep everything I despise. Ten and 15 are the worst Final Fantasy games, in my opinion. Absolutely the worst. However, I do love Waka. Waka is 10 out of 10. I absolutely love him, he's great. He's the only thing that carries the entire game. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporites have deduced the whereabouts of Meteon by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. That's a racist Swedish band. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule. I don't know how to pronounce it, though. Cool. How to pronounce? Oh, Julie? What? How to pronounce? Pronounce this word for me, YouTube person. Oh, is there a 1-minute video to pronounce this word?
We are how to pronounce the name of this Swedish company and brand that owns a collection of brands related to outdoor. I think it could be Thule or Thule, Eden, Thule, and now you know. Here are more videos on how to pronounce more. It is to be said, Thule brand from Sweden. Thule for some reason found is Thule with
Fucking trash video. I'm just gonna pronounce it in Swedish for the rest of the day.
Thule.
Ultima Thule.
Thule.
Okay. Be sure to watch Best Friends play Final Fantasy X Waka's Final Solution compilation. Shows Waka in the best light. Oh. Is he gonna eradicate the Albed? Because I absolutely hate Riku. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule. But the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyperhopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean? Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporit's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn. In you, the Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glycias. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest, quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loporits too willing to abandon the Exodus? Are you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise when you're going there where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, an otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Meteor. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here, Oriange, and now we're enamored with the place. So what choice do we have but to save it? Of course. None of this is possible without you and the Scions. So I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? What? Yeah, of course. You couldn't stop us if you tried. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision, and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the, Hyper Hopper. The Laporites will coordinate with the Ilsabard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. Would seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? We'll take a nap. Oh, oh. Free XP here. What level is my monk? He's like level 60? Yeah. So, I'm missing 10 levels. I leveled monk to level 50 on the American servers, because that's what I wanted to play. And I just wanted to get a little bit of a head start. We didn't have to level it from 1. But here it's level 60, so I missed leveling through Heavensward, but who cares? It doesn't matter. 60 to 90 is enough levels. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite. Though it is difficult to conceive how one can best prepare to brave a domain where dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Heidelin deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Meteon as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tatar. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make most of the time we've been afforded. Hmm? The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? Blah, 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 blah. The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Actually, Robin, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldassian Annex, alright? Did you make me gear? Because I only have like level 80... maybe 88 gear, I don't know. Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. What's the Agora again? Whee! Welcome, Robin, to Tatarotaro's boutique. I've always done my best to provide the scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I have created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then, inspiration struck and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thamnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlotte. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Perish the thought. Barsarud, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mr. Sataru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? Alright. Give me my gear. Give me the gear. I don't know what it looks like. Hope it looks cool. Ah, I did not expect to find you here. Hello, Vritra. I imagine Nidhana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. This simulacrum too will stay in Shalian, while I oversee matters in Ransatan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Barshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose, and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Ransatan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It is an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thamnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I could use some Thamnarian craftsmanship, because I've got a gigantic hole in my crotch between my on my pants, in my pants, and I don't know how to fix it. The resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Sataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the forum's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, if it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. You journey unto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail, and restore peace and tranquility to this star. I should like to visit Ransatan again when this is all over. And we should be honored to receive you. There is still much of Ransatan you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Really slow at setting up her shop. Ugh! Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? See if I can switch over to... Started crashing. Robin, old boy! My, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I had been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps, befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt, said Raymond, so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. Aye, the young Lord Fordon insists that, so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. Thus do I toil, though every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sicard to see his supplies transported in timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work, and without Enroi here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. For a hearty meal you sort of after, I'd suggest the last stand. A cafe over on the pier. Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old boy. Well, well, is that Robin and Tataru I spy? It's the Keikaku man. Hancock! What are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightways to Kugane once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, an industrious woman running a new boutique. I'm not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bokairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldenard Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. ... Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a man of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lolarito have to offer. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. we're gonna have to wait for everyone here. They're all gonna show up. Who's next? Sid. Imagine drinking water once without getting it in the airways. Ah, Robin. Decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? To Tataru! Biggs! Wedge, I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Shali and Ransatan has been a rewarding experience. And that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Loporits. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. It's still hard to believe that we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. To the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd have missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. Awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Mumble, mumble. Ha! There is that, too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Robin. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing, for a brighter future. And one filled with even more adventure. Hell yeah, thumbs up! When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Huh? Is he? Will he ever ask her out? Terribly sorry for that. Right this way, if you please. Right. I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Barsarud from Palaka's stand. Haven't we met before, have we? Yeah, maybe we have. Ah, yes. It was you who helped us at Purusa, and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it is kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thamnar, but we are here today, and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's Ruby Bazaar. We were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Gratia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and time again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well. But I've long since learned, you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promise to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain, I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. Give me the item! Give me! Give me my gear! Where are you? In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiment and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. Blah 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 blah. Gimme. Lightbringer. Just the Lightbringer look like. It's kind of lame. With the Lightbringer. Chaosbringer. Gigantaxe. Yep, that's a giant axe. Hyperion, or whatever. Paladin hat. Paladin armor. Humbler's vest, warrior. Oh, it's this one. Ignominious cuirass. A legion's coat. This gunbreaker armor looks kind of cool. Reverend skirt. I don't want a skirt. Is this our new gear? This is what we look like now. It's the So what happens when you try to dye this thing? It's only the cloak. I can maybe live with that. Then what happens when you try to dye the other pieces? Why would I want red pants? Buy that black too. Alright. Of course, we have to finish it with the official Paladin gear. What's the Black Mage gear look like? Hello, Sorbonne. You too have found yourself idle, my friend. If you seek to occupy your time until the arc is ready, you needn't go far. Even the markets here in Charlian are filled with the most wondrous of sights. Looks okay. It's a little female for my tastes. This is the Summoner. Red Mage. Honestly, the first Red Mage one is like I don't want anything else. White Mage. Astronomia Chiton. This just looks exactly like the last one. Doesn't it? Sage. Oh, it's just Alphino's clothes. Yamat Mail. Monk. So what will the monk look like? Everything on it. Yeah, I like that. Pretty cool. Alright, Tataru, we are ready. I realize you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they were returning to the Balestian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you desire to go looking for them, I'd suggest speaking with Kryl first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans. You're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru. It was a surprise long in the making, with many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Y'shtola, Thancred and Urianger have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alice and Grahatia, meanwhile, though their time would be better spent poring over thought their time would be better spent poring over books at the Numenon. As for Alphino and Estinian, well, they elected to pay a visit to the Levier estate, though Estinian seemed somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company, if you have a mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before Y'shtola and the others finish eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle. A fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. I was gonna sleep on this ship, dude. Do you have any idea how long we're gonna be jumping around? Alright, let's try this again. Don't think it improved that much, but turning off the browser definitely improves it enough here. Hast thou perchance had the opportunity to partake of the rainbow pudding? Owing to its striking flavor and somewhat garish appearance, 'tis quite popular. Indeed, so popular that the last stand stock hath been entirely exhausted. I should hope, at the very least, Puddingway did sup upon this most delectable of desserts. Try as she might, Tataru had no chance of standing between you and a hearty meal. Don't worry, we have saved some for you. Rob, come to make our trio a quartet, have you? Please, have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink. I want that burger. Give me the burger.
Your business with Tataru was finished.
So it would seem. Not a huge fan of this armor, to be
What a
honest.
thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Doesn't have enough cloth. There's too much armor.
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
Just make sure you bring enough ammunition.
Oh, ye of little faith. I know better than to leave home without ample supplies, thank you very much. Didn't pick up the gunblade yesterday. And to think I used to prefer fighting from the shadows. Gods, I really have changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust is settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies.
In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Me? Another class, maybe?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Thank you.
Well, shall we make a toast?
She forgot my burger.
To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
That guy has the same armor as me. What shield is that, though? Replica Tenacity Recollection. I don't like the headgear thing. Leaving so soon. I suppose it's for the best, if you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with your Yonjay. I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, that's all that matters. Let's go to the Levier estate. Whoa! Estinian without his armor and in normal clothes?
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil.
Yes, of course.
All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
You know,
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
I kind of feel like the new art is
Well,
made
I
for
one
4K.
thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
Or maybe it's just the rendering engine. I
Might
don't
have
know
been
what it
delighted
is.
myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... It was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Where are we leaving? Are you guys done?
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I'll be counting on you.
I know, but I won't let you down. Together, we'll show the enemy the strength of mortal will.
Speak with Alice. Where is that? All that remains is to return to the annex and give my armor one last polish. I expect Alphino has maintenance to carry out on those floating things of his too. A few of our comrades decided to remain a while in Shalian after making their deliveries. Did you happen to pass any on your way here? No. Hello, Puddingway. Have you found any pudding? Ah, Robin! I have come to this studium in order to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creations don't jiggle as they should just yet, but I persevere. Snore! You try speaking with Alice, but she's fast asleep.
Oh,
We're just sitting here sleeping.
Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed.
There's no way they're
The
sleeping
grand
like that. Come on.
triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer. So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So
Hello,
promise me
Mithrin.
this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
Are you done pretending to sleep?
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be Wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Just...
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Don't be a baby, sit down.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
It's a secret? Nothing in particular. I don't know. Just seeing what your guys were doing. I just wanted to see what it would look like with just placing that. Sometimes I look at someone and I'm like, oh, your character looks pretty nice. And then I zoom in on them and I'm like, oh, you're a hero? Oh shit, you look terrible. Like, the human is so bad. That's enough reading for one day. As we don't know how long we'll be away, I had best return these books before we depart. And eat. I'm absolutely famished. What about you? Yeah, they didn't give me the burger I ordered. I see. Perhaps I'll stop at the last stand on my way back. Gods, I didn't realize I was so tired. One moment I was resting my eyes, and the next, I should go and get some air. Maybe a quick bout of training, but not sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead. I should stop sleeping as well. You know, I actually, I tried switching to a different kind of sleep cycle thing, where you sleep 3 to 4 times a day instead of sleeping once a day, and it was actually pretty nice. The only problem is that I can't fall asleep fast enough, so I can't really keep it up. Because like when you're supposed to take a 2-hour nap and it takes an hour to fall asleep, kind of like it doesn't work. Welcome back, Rob. Return to catch a few final winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. But when you subsist on basically only naps, it kind of makes you more alert when you try to work. At least for me. Dude, you're not doing so good. How long can you hold this on? He's literally turning into a Giga Emo. Mega Edge Boy.
never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
And thus it dawns. The day of reckoning.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Don't worry about it.
Let us be off then.
Oh.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
Yeah, you too. You can count on it. We're gonna go out there and we're gonna fly right into a comet and then just die. Oops, we didn't account for that. We don't have any shields. I suppose this is where we part ways. For now, at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Galuf Baldesian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture onto the Sea of Stars. We go to the Aporia, apparently. Oh, they're still playing the hype music here? Are they gonna do that forever? Can't fly in here. That's a lot of dudes. I don't want to talk to all of you. It's way many people.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder.
Schedule.
But we did it. We finished the ship.
Good job, Sid.
It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a Garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Sid barely did anything.
Well, the work was hard, but we've learned a lot from it. After all, it's not every day you get tasked with building a starfaring vessel.
It was already
In case
done.
you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
Did he get a new voice actor?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us.
Ragnarok.
The starship Ragnarok.
Could see that coming a mile away.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
The Beast Tribes.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Are we gonna summon an army of Ifrits?
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrits' magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
We're gonna go all the way down there. And then you're just gonna summon like 40 Ifrits and march them out. Sounds safe. Sounds perfectly normal.
May we have a moment?
Yes.
In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
It's another
Multiple
cell phone.
teleportation devices, one for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
Looks super derpy.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Aeglyph. If you would come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. Is that your spacesuit? Sleeping way. Wake up.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
It had to be the 14th part. There's way too many things that are 14 in this game.
Are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burned-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Issue the command to launch. Have Alphino do the honors. Alright, let's let Alphino do it.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
If you all insist.
Onward unto the distant stars and beyond. Ragnarok, engage.
Fuck, I missed it.
Engage!
Engage!
This is a pretty good song, to be honest. It's just a normal A Realm Reborn boss song. And magic makes everything so much easier. Like, oh, we need a ship to escape the gravitational pull, and just make some magical circles, just funnel it through easy. Who needs escape velocity? What just happened? Oh, they summoned. Shouldn't they have done that before we left?
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky! I cannot imagine a greater indignity!
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice.
Look, since I know
Let us revel!
he's so fucking happy, all he wants to do is party.
long as the wind blows freely. I suppose all is as it should be in creation.
See where that opens.
I will
Opens in the middle of the screen.
render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Rope!
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even.
Why is Sleeping Way awake?
Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
8 carrots?
Alright, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used Dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
Obfuscate. She said it wrong.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Heidelin believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours.
Light's gonna love these guys.
Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive, and the vessel will shake a good bit. What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment. Greetings. Greetings. Can you hear me?
Meteon.
So this is Meteon.
There's his little bird girl.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
the Fury. Thancred?
No, Thancred.
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Did they make an area out of this? I thought this was just gonna be a dungeon and a boss.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
You didn't know?
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Yep, it's an entire fucking zone. Okay. I can't guarantee it will be of help in these strange surrounds, but I ready the provisions node in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely. I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. What's a prow? Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Laser anchors, or what is that? Okay, so the prow is the front. What is that? There's a living stellar dragon. This is where dragons come from? Ruins. But of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. The metallic pillar has been partially melted. Likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top suggests it is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I have seen this pattern before. Oh, so we are on the dragon's homeworld. I mean, why else would there be angry stellar dragon shades here? This place is huge. Maybe we won't finish today. Got 3 Aetherites. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides, the light from the ship all shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. But I can tell we are near the edge of an island. If you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. And surrounded by space dragons! Were you able to find anything? As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There is nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which, unfortunately, isn't very far. Oh, I can't help but suspect that someone, or something, is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. Hey guys, did you see that dragon over there? I think I might see something over there. It's a giant dragon. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. What? You guys don't see the gigantic space dragons? I've killed like 3. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We've found only more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There is a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we've yet to explore. Let us try searching here. Let us try searching there then. Robin, a word before we join the others. You've got to sense the dragons, come on. Oh, someone's coming to do the fate? I'm gonna do the fate. Even though I can't get XP, I just want to do it. We can get there in time. We can't. It's a lot of dudes. There's a dragon here, but I can't really see what it looks like. The samurai is pretty cool, to be honest. I'm just hoping the monk turns out to be even cooler. But unless I give up and stop playing, of course. I mean, that's entirely possible. Before we get back to level 90 on the monk. It would be nice to have more of these bicolored crystals, but we will get more of them while we're leveling. Just by doing fates once we get to Shadowbringers. Because you buy increased mount speed in the areas using it. You can also make some money, I suppose, at this point, but really care about it. I don't want a house, that's the only thing you need the money for. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought. Their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard, Sormer, and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Aetheris? Bah! Better to leave such conjecture to others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Yeah, there's been a disturbing lack of Midgard Storm this expansion. I feel like he should have been involved a lot more. Because he has been across the great expanse already. But maybe he's tired. I mean, he is literally dead, so...
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business. Huh?
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
Bonker in the head.
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Are you giving me purple dye? Give me the money. Soul without a body, a form of being, with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteion. Estinian, Robin, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. What? I would ask the rest of you to survey these surroundings. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well. We can reconvene here when everyone has finished. Meteon said these dragons are shadow and shade from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we have. Hello, Salosk. A visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame. Oh, how we would adore thee, alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Why? Fol Ola. Thou art unlike the others. This place ill befits thee. Do not tarry over long. Who are you? The telling of my tale alters not its course. If thou knowest my brethren once ruled these skies, will our kingdom return? Should I boast that I was first among our hunters? Will the comrades I failed live again? Nay, once I lived, now I await the coming oblivion, nothing more. What is this place? This is not our home. To our home did come the metal demons, who of life and joy scoured it clean. These are mere bones, and among them do we rest our wings forevermore. Leave us now to our mourning, traveler. Thou wilt find no solace here. The metal demons? Borg? To dwell on the past yieldeth naught, our desires meant little to our destiny, and less now. Yet regrets fill me nevertheless. Kom Nosk. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost. So glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor convictions did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Ere the metal cave, my kin were many and splendid, elegant worms like unto the ripples on the water, worms possessed of limbs so powerful as to rend the land in twain. Worms I have long since forgotten, faces lost to the tides of time. Drink not of this spring, tainted are its waters, and thy dainty form hath not the capacity to withstand it. Hey, bro. Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar, only watch and wait, and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Amnol, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar on Etheris. Midgardsormr's kind must once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Breeder said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. A murky liquid has pooled inside this eggshell. The noxious fetor. It's indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. The egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonette within succeeded in hatching. What is this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, there is no sign of it here, or its sire, for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops, and I'll search the plains. Space Wyvern. I honestly really like this space fantasy kind of setting, like Phantasy Star or Star Ocean. I just wish the games weren't so dogshit. Phantasy Star 4 is like the only game in the entire series that is, or in both series, that's like acceptable. Star Ocean is terrible. You are under attack by a small, malformed dragonette. Don't you dare stick your dragonette on me. The boisterous howling hath been quieted. By thy hand, I presume? Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon and something resembling one. Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within Amnol are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. It was a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. When they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition, that we were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In purest soil, replete with ether, did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. But few survived to hatch emerge as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won. They too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle now choose to break. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. ... They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. Where are we? We're over there. Oh, we are there. To the northeast? Can't go there. How many ether components do we have here? Doesn't even show up yet. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Robin. Estinian. As for our parts, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island, to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There is no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone into a potential platform, to judge its integrity. but it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be so quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loporids to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteion told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is we have no way forward. At present if it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Meteons, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. You want me to kill them? Meteion meant to unmake us, then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. Was Ultima Thule's architect, Meteion herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills, though I marked no leader among them. As such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me naught against his calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Just summon Midgard's armor, dude. Then I shall guide thee. I End, they call him. I'll End, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. Let's go talk to the sad boy. Yoshi P has seen and gotten tired of all the black pills, so he made an entire expansion dedicated to talking a dragon off the edge.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Aye. Our pride is crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are still, and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives a curse as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin? On another star? And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the others, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back!
We tire of war. We tire of turmoil. Dignity tarnished, crimson stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
I see. This is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
He's dead.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind. He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
There's the path. Look there! The wind! This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Wow! Wow! A powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other scions should arrive before long. He did it! He found a way forward for us. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. They're not dead. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. LSA is right, we must press on, for their sake. As Y'shtola and Alice said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings. Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully lest we lose our footing in this sand. It's here somewhere. I wonder who lives in there. The big gigantic hole. What's there? What's that? Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, it would appear as ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song, and eschew the written word entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteon claimed the dragon's world, suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. The life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? Not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Oh, I thought you meant the tentacle. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Rifting Ia. First, I'm gonna go and grab that thing. I'm gonna take a look at this guy. The hell are you, dude? Hello. Just a big slime. Thank you for the Eucrasia. Oh, don't come here. Oh shit, there are just as many here. Hail, travelers! This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Ah, forgive me. I had forgotten. An exchange of introduction is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. Why? Vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention. Ia, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kopkud. Yes. Kopkud of the Ia. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive, then? That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of compatible biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the 5 senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? Ah, my apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take our example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may comprise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms. Why? To bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word. It would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We would very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Ia, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ia wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. "62 to the west? What? This soon? Are they just like peppered all in the same area? Southeast? What? Oh, it's up there? I take it? Too dark. "300 yalms to the northwest. Don't kill me, I only have 1 hit point." Does it ever get bright in here? Maybe once you kill the meteons. Whoa! Hello there. I don't think we should be swimming in this, but why not? Luminion. You consist of a bunch of wobbly discs. Alright. think we go and grab the quest first. Hello, Kopkuj. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers, you will find, remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question and understandable, given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If in our idleness we are struck by a sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured, they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thought towards one of their crystalline domiciles to communicate. Right. Hello. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Anyone in there? You cast your thoughts toward the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. What? Bro. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Hello. Anyone home? You wish to speak? Very well. Pray a moment, if you would. What? We're pretty close now. We're as close as we're ever gonna get. We might as well go on. Pick it up. Come on. Thought I heard it. There. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when I last emerged? They're not... Why am I not finishing talking with them? Yeah. The strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Cool. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? No. I see. If they fail to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. Ugh, I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Ia have awakened. Ah, there they are. May I introduce to you Lalak, Judik, and Ninedg. It has been too long, Kofkudg. I dare say Sadr 4 has since completed in orbit. Indeed, until our travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. Truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems. But my single account would fail to satisfy the requirements for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them to awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Kofkudg, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Ah yes, so long has it been. It had completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Stop doing that! Neither do I. Pity, I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Ninidg. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course. Food! The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right! That's right! We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. We don't eat pure ether, we eat like tomatoes. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. What? You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a while longer. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected, as meticulously as one might recreate the Ia's home world. This is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarot. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Tomatoes. What? Tomatoes? Through your mouth, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Ia yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labor, there exists myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus, changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. Dude, you guys just need some pills. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegea. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Ere we join thee, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Robin, Gratia, might I trouble you for your assistance? But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Urianger, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Elegea. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Holy shit! All the way over there? Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. It was but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Couldn't begin to guess. Wait, what if Meteion visited the dragons in the year while they still lived? If so, she could have made the remotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than she had relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteion perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy, intrinsic to her nature as an entelechy. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire, even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteion did unleash dynamis and ushered the dragons and Ea unto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourself this: in the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth the most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades in bringing thee into my confidence. I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your convictions through. I shall, my friend, I shall. Without further ado then, let us go to join our comrades. Dot 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 dot. Let us be off too. To Elegea. Alright, teleporting back. Holy shit. Not walking there. It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators.
This is the Reddit race.
Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
Hello, being friend.
So that's your story.
These guys were so Reddit, they committed suicide.
While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
What?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you. And we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on. And do not look back.
shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Urianger.
Why?
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats.
Hell yeah, dude. Support bros.
I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Laser beams.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled?
What's this then?
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Atheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Alright. We're running out of party members to sacrifice. Are you all ready to continue on? Then let us make for where that light show. Your stolen Urianger have opened the way for us. It's a little flying thing here somewhere. Northeast. Okay. Don't fight me! Don't fight me! Thank you. What is that? Luminian. Spider made by CDs and an orb. Right. $700 to the south. I'm gonna assume we have to go to the next area. Yeah. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal, and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Hey, we recognize these. We didn't... I haven't finished Omega. So I don't know Omega's story. But apparently this is Omega. Is Omega something the Elegants found? Or are these the metal life forms that kill the dragons? Is Omega the ones who kill the dragons? Amazing, yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most warming of places, is it? Or not most welcoming? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alphino with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like. You'd best take care yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let us avoid them, and look for others that appear more approachable. For some friendly robots. You see naught but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Ah. Hello there, Dark Knight friend. You're under attack! I feel sorry for the Dark Knights. Their changes looked super boring, but maybe the Simulacrum could do something cool now. I don't know. But I always thought the Simulacrum was like the most boring ability. Because you don't get like any feedback from it. You don't know if you're doing anything with it. Like, am I pressing the right buttons? Do I need to press another button? Like, you literally have no idea what it's doing. I really dislike it. The southeast. Wow. There. Look, Robin. The machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. I'm begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of this star. But unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label, interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet Bleep Bloop. The planet... What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons. And you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. Whoa! As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow, if you could try speaking with the others. I could. Blip bloop. Autonomous weapons deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat ready assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. These are absolutely those. Merchant. Now these are just the same things that you can buy. Back in Old Charlian. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's command and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instruction to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Twitch partnership, sad. What? Ban partnership. Yes, yes! Keep him engaged for me. I don't know why I went all the way over here, though. I was trying to get to that guy, but he wouldn't let me go there. Well, it did, I don't know. Whatever. Bzzzt. Measuring combat capability. Result, negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the home world of the beings whose strength was said to be without Paladin, the dragons. Yet, through the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. You learned a few things? So did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated islands. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of that emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? Yes. Now we need to find a sad robot. So the Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Ryonjae's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Ryonjae said this? During our investigation, before we joined you in Eligea. Yeah, he was being all weird about it. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons in the air long for death, the Omicrons long for conflict. As much as they may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself I believe is worth investigating. What say you? Okie doke. So, the console we seek lies on the far side of this island. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch our step as we make our way. Well. To the northeast. Holy shit, these were concentrated. Not that I'm complaining. Oh, we're done with ether currents. Now we just need the quests, but I'm not gonna bother with them. Because I want to finish the MSQ tonight. This appears to be the console. But it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look? Bonk, bonk, bonk. Hello? Anyone in there? Bonk, bonk, bonk. You try touching and smacking and attuning with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. The significance of these details may be lost on you now, but they lead me to believe this was the home world of Omega. According to the records I read in the future, it possessed a single weakness: lightning.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Have at it. Hell yeah, dude. Whatever. It's the thought that counts.
Very well. Here I go.
Literally here. It's gonna cast Thunder 1. He did cast Thunder 1.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Signal 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you! Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with set guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Let us focus our search on the outpost. Alice and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time, in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systemic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Please, follow me. You too, my son. Follow me. Follow me, my son. Come. The Omicron wanders about ceaselessly, as if lacking a clear objective. Oh. He said we're. That's clearly not what robots do. An Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? That guy. He's the one who's sad. Ah, I see it. He's itching his head. It's left the base. Let's follow it. This is a teleport? It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Fallow portal. What's a fallow? Lambda. Bzz. What is your query? Is this a bar? Are you at a robot bar? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. To go such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So, it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Robin, one day, when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? You're not here so you can be in a story. Of course, why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. Level 90! We're at level 90 quests! Today might be giga late. Like, I'm just gonna play it until this is done. Because I refuse to let this wait until tomorrow. Just like, do the last boss tomorrow. First thing we do. Terrible. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. I don't care if the clock is like 4 in the morning. Raha says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the Extended Operations Unit, that there is no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that serves to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it should not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what's happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would be willing to reveal its true identity. Just go up to it and be like, Sir, I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger, much stronger. At the moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that should suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea, I dare say it is worth a try. I had a feeling you would be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Robin, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... That could only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright? Alphino and I will stand by at the console. And when it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work. I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend. Let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. And again, down we go. MO17. Hello there. It is you again. What is your query? You are the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Full glad I am to find you again. I have a question for you, you see, about the device which sustains the tree. provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information. Very well. Raha has begun distracting the Omicron. Soon LSA will strike the console with lightning. Observe blah blah blah. Observe for anomalous behavior. What do you want me to do? Looks like they're ready. Alright, let's go. Ah! Why did I have to do that minigame for that? It was like mega obvious. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know. But before we speak further, you must move away from the other units. We must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well. Our friends are at the console. Let us head there.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Sigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
You say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you, properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before.
But this one wasn't good enough?
Travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
No, not a fist bump. No, 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 no.
If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
You broke him.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
They all leave so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick that that'll be just the start. But don't interrupt the song. The crystalline path. Graha has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on. For our friends, and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. Or just back. Look, Robin, a portal is opened. It will surely deliver us true. It must. Well, here is where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one sure step at a time. Our friends got this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Let's go! The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly, we've come far. Much farther than would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them that Hydaelyn has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I'd go about my day relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? That none of it. No, I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. Graha paved this path for us. We were meant to follow it. This path was meant for me. Should you start to fall, we'll be there to catch you. I know you'll do the same for us. Yeah, dude. Rest assured, I am fine. But thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. It will be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me. Don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. There are some structures up ahead. Still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for it all the same. And for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just, after all the help you've given me, for once I want to be the one to help you. Well, this is it. The end of the path, and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships, and may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. In what we achieved and how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. They're not dead, bro. This is almost... normal? It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Half the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There is simply no one here. Meteon! This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None lived to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. If there is no one here, then neither should there be a motion to bar our way. Yet Meteon seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? Whatever Meteon may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the areas. Just talk to her, she's here. Hello, Meteon. You think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop from the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You're only still alive because of your comrades, but they cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try, and fail, to find a way out of this lifeless place. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Hello! If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain, to tell the story. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose fuse sitting on the counter. Vessels for the beverages, in all likelihood. A venue bursting with activity until it was not. Hey, there's someone there. Will the ending manage to make me cry on stream? That is the question. In the distance, you glimpse Alice picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. ... You strain your ears to catch something, anything, but hear not so much as the chirping of an insect. I doubt it, though. At this point, like, we are right at the end. I think Shadowbringers was a lot better, but this one was still good. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. But then again, Graha is the best character. Robin, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphino and compare what we've learned.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteon seen.
Ah. Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
I promised your parents I'd keep you safe. They're not dying, dude. It's fine. They're all still alive.
I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even him. Why must he be the one? Why must he fight alone? More than a hero, he's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave him a new one. For instance, a path where he finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you.
What are you... If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear. I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Atheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
No, they're dead forever. Earlier in Old Charlotte. We don't know what's happening there. Come on.
Please, please, oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache.
They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry, an associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Uh-oh. We all recognize that wobble. In this city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of 1,000,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for tomorrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never foresee.
We are truly walking the end.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home. I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Damn straight, Midgardsormr. Whoever that was. It was the dragon.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with... That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the
You must triumph.
Drink of calamity, drown in...
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful.
I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years,
is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
and Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I'll reach you. I'll find a way.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Come with us, Meteor.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerhead's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and bid the final curtain fall. As different and mysterious as the ancients may be, they were people, not unlike us. The first people to fall and feel pain, and the first forced to find a way to rise again. From them we have come, and in our pain and suffering, we are connected. I can't claim I fully understood the workings of this place, but in that moment I felt I knew what I needed to do. I felt that it was the right time to offer up this life I owe, that I could risk it all on the wager that the rest of you would manage without me. Full glad am I to see that I was right. No need to explain. I have a rough idea what happened while I was gone. It was a strange feeling, as though I was struggling in a pitch-black sea. A powerful tide was trying to wash me away, one that churned with hatred and envy for life, and it was all I could do to swim against it. Then suddenly I was here. It felt long and short at the same time, hazy as in a dream, but through it all, one thing was crystal clear. You fought with all your being to keep our hopes alive. For all the lives on those stars, whose light hath been extinguished, for the ancients who went before us, I offer a solemn prayer. To go and see all those places and more, Emetzelk has given you quite a task. Suffice it to say, I should be glad to assist you, once we've returned together triumphant, of course. Let's usher in an ending worthy of the grandest ovation, one that will give all Etheris cause to raise their voices in celebration. There it is. Final quest. Are you ready, Robin? Then let us set forth for the record. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotions that Mityan has hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. It was not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. Let's put an end to the end. Aye. Emetzelk and Hythlodaeus created these flowers from our hopes. If so, mine analyses shall live on here. Hope that you will find happiness at journey's end. So let us go, Robin, and see this tale to its conclusion. Just so you know, Robin, I won't try to keep up with you in the coming battle. No, I mean to surpass you. If there's anyone who'll need to keep up, it's Estinian. What? I'm not joking. Both Alphino and I have worked hard and come far. It's time we set our sights higher. So you had better watch out, else you'll find yourself in my wake. I am returned, thanks to you, but we still have work to do, if we are to make our promise a reality. Having you show me the sights of Ishgard, then regaling me with your greatest adventures, then embarking on a new adventure together. For these things and more, I will fight. What? Could there possibly be an adventure greater than this one? Of course. So long as you desire it and dare take the first step, there is absolutely no limit. So, the moment of reckoning is finally upon us. I must say, when I pledged myself to your cause, never did I imagine that it would bring me to the very edge of existence. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. After casting aside vengeance and shedding title and duty, I found myself wanting for purpose. In journeying with you, there has been nary a dull moment. In the course of it all, I feel as though I have found a new place for myself, and a welcome opportunity to see how much the boy has grown. I owe you a debt, but as you can guess, I've never ever preferred to express my gratitude through action. I've ever preferred to express my gratitude through action rather than word. My land is yours. It seems our arms and armor are in order, as are our personal effects. Most importantly, we have each other. We need only finish what we came here to do. Avert the end. For Minfilia. For Reen. For all who aspire to live. Thus far, we have encountered recreations of some few stars. Doubtless, they account for but a fraction of the innumerable worlds, to whose fall Meteon did bear witness. Roiling with torment, the dead sun is forsooth Oblivion's apotheosis. It shall be no small coup to breach this nexus of despair, and yet as this vista doth prove, where there is hope there is a way, so let us press forward together, as ere we have, and find our way unto victory. As Alphino says, everyone's resolve is beyond doubt. Yet ere we set forth, there is a thought to which I must give voice. While you were in Elpis, I understand that people assumed you were a familiar. In contrast, those phantoms we encountered in the recreated Emerald regarded us as children. As people, albeit naive and immature, the discrepancy, I posit, is a reflection of their creator's perspective. Having spent eons among sundered men, perhaps he came to acknowledge us, even if only subconsciously. With Emet gone, we may never learn the truth. But I will not suffer this and countless other mysteries to go unsolved. Our journey will not end this day. Oh, it's a dungeon? Okay.
I stand ever ready.
Sorry. I need my bro with me.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out.
Go.
The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Long-forgotten seashell. Why do you ask such a question? Do you not see the plague and pestilence that consumes us? Ours is a world of rancid blood and rotting flesh, where death is the only remedy to suffering. There is no meaning to be found in such misery. But it was always, not always thus. Beneath the waves we knew only peace and plenty. We wanted for naught, and yet craved more, that our progeny might someday flourish, as we never could. Eventually we ventured to the lands above, bearing flame and iron, toppling any who dared oppose our might. The world was ours for the taking. A planet destroyed by plague is honestly a victory of life. Unless the plague is somehow not alive.
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
Purify them!
If I may?
Kill me! Stop fighting back then.
may?
This world is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land, while seas we thought would shine forever blue ran dry, spoiled in forging the tools of conquest. Cramped homes turned to squalor, and then came the sickness, our undoing, and the final blessing this star has to offer. We are no longer the fools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the most painful path unto nothingness, and the wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly. Caustic Grebulov.
Those who lived and festered. Those who died and decayed.
There!
Oh, is it gonna...
I have you now.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
You underestimate me.
Please heal me.
I have you now.
Bro, I died. Bro, no.
Slept long enough.
Let's give them a show. On guard. On guard. On guard. On guard.
Stop saying on guard. We did it, despite Graha dying. The last earring of Slay.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all.
Visions of another world unfurl before your eyes.
In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the selfsame lives it had saved.
Machine guns.
You cannot stop us!
Executing peace protocol. Alright.
I have you now.
You cannot stop us! You cannot stop us!
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
Does she truly believe this is the fate of all peoples? That otherworldly beings should first grace us with their presence is a sign. Indeed, they understand that we, the global community, are possessed of the wisdom and compassion needed to guide this star back to the path of righteousness. Yet the freedom fighters dare to undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labored so hard to build. They have forgotten the history of this star, and its once a myriad nations. The wars waged, the countless lives lost. They must be brought to heel, the world united under a single standard, no matter the cost.
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
You cannot stop us!
We constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as any other potential threats to the peace we have so long pined for. Its artificial intelligence ensures that this singular function is carried out with cold and calculating precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units we created have now routed every threat to peace, including us. All that remains is to stand and fight. Good job. Resuming peace protocol. All life forms must be eliminated to achieve peace in perpetuity. Deploying perpetual war machines. Please stand by for order to fire. Is it this easy? No. Vital signs detected. Initiating extinction protocol in accordance with primary directive. Oops, one too many.
Allow me.
Will you please heal me, dude? Fuck you, robot. Oh, we got ring! Hell yeah,
And
dude.
when one asked, what is the point? there were none left to answer.
I did it! I killed them all! I killed them all. Good job, dude. Visions of another world unfold before your eyes.
Farther still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
How could anyone despair in a world such as this? Looks can deceive, this place is beautiful, but cold. At last our time has come, what does he say? Talk to me again. At last our time is come, mercy for us all. O R'Allah, bringer of sweet oblivion, hear our prayers. Please, O merciful R'Allah, not Ra'ia, free us from the shackles of mortality. Death delivered on golden wings. Beautiful creatures, the time has come. Death's sweet release. Huh? Xeno protest. From nothing we were born, to nothing we must return. A curious traveler visited our star, a bird which proffered these questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could find no satisfactory answer, only bittersweet memories of an age-long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and in our nescience sought purpose, struggled to justify life's worth. That was, of course, before we achieved perfection. Now, condemned to our paradise, we understand the fatuity of existence. Like the fledglings we once were, the poor bird could not accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping perhaps our answer might change. Only in death may we find peace. Ah, finally we are free.
You underestimate me!
What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
They lost their passion for everything, even life itself. Please, I beg of you, end my suffering.
underestimate me!
Oh, you do get to use Xenoglossy when you're a white mage. That's cheating. There was a time when we yearned to explore the heavens, find purpose in the hopes of unveiling life's mysteries. A dream shattered when we reached enlightenment and found it empty. There was a time when we believed in our legacy. Thought ourselves marking a worthy path our successors might follow. Effort rendered futile when we discovered the keys to paradise and immortality. As individuals, we struggled to know what was right. Yet in today's perfect unity, there is naught left to question. We are infinity constricted by the finite, but no more. Ambiguous name. Ra'ia shall grant us the mercy of annihilation. What a stand-up fellow. The Last Mercy. Rala. Okay, what's an L? No, how could they? They may have given up, but it's no reason for us to lose hope. Any words, Graham? No?
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
Warm glow, alright.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Let's give them a show!
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Oh! I didn't see it. It was too...
You underestimate me!
level was too bright.
I have you now!
There!
Can you go and prance, you little prancer? Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh. Yeah.
I have you now.
Hold still.
You now.
Got him. I shudder to think how many more worlds she watched fell. Calamity of disease and war, blah 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 blah, something. You all talked at the same time. At least now we have an idea of what drives her. They attained paradise, and yet it proved their unmaking. Not at all what I expected. A great dread nigh beyond description yet hangeth on the air. I am no stranger to despair. I would not be here with you otherwise. Earring.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and lament the future. So shall sin into light ceases to be.
seven hells.
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
That's the last boss.
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know.
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Whee!
All awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
The fucking teleporter, dude.
Wait!
I said something. Whoa! It's me and you now, bitch.
You gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last. But you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did. As we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
It's fucking Midgardsormr, dude.
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend.
He knows.
I fought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey.
Yeah, dude.
But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
If it comes to it, I won't save you. I don't want your help. I don't want your help. No, I want his help.
And I'd rather not give it. Nay, I would have preferred that we enjoy a private reunion. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
The final day. Unfortunately, since we can't use our party members now, we might have to sit in this queue for a while. But I am a tank, so it might not be that long. I'm gonna see if I can take a piss while I wait. Didn't have to wait that long. The final day.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
Ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
I see a bunch of planets. I'm afraid of the planets. I was right to be afraid of the planets. Okay, so I'm not allowed to fall outside?
Utterly futile. Your suffering is at an end. This is a kindness. All of us have known despair. We have seen the end.
Impact event has been recorded.
The same end. Again and again.
Okay. Oh. What is happening? What?
'Tis so lonely between the stars.
I don't care, bitch.
We have seen the end.
Holy shit, he just got insane amounts of health left. What the fuck?
The same end. Again and again.
Somewhere like this.
This is a kindness.
This one.
All of us have known despair. Even stars must die. If there is no happiness in life,
Mash.
there is only one place it may be found.
Okay. Transcend your limits to survive. I hate when they do this. But apparently did it.
Dynamis. No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate.
What are you doing? What is she doing?
Your time has come. It always does.
Resist oblivion with all your being. What do you want? It's over. We died. Game over.
What is this defiance? No. The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate.
What are you doing?
No matter the cost.
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
What we saw. What I saw. This can only end in misery and desolation. No life, no star, nor the universe itself. None should hope for better.
Okay, laser beams.
If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
Good job, fellas. That guy was named Lahi.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved.
Yes.
Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Atheris.
We created it together.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more. Nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope. one day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know. But I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
And someone?
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero. Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know, and it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
That I can't deny.
Ha! Acceptance! At long last! The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars!
Final boss. Xena's soul is ablaze with passion. The space comes to life with dynamism as your spirit burns in kind. Your soul burns brighter, your power swells.
Hold nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and me to mine!
Either way, how dare you?
Still fighting you, I see. Show me your vaunted fortitude. Soon you will know the full extent of my power. For the taking! Mine for the taking! Test of your reflexes! A test of your reflexes! For the taking! Test of your reflexes!
You're way too slow. I have the reflexes of a god!
A test of your reflexes! soul, how it burns!
We're finally gonna transform into a super demon.
I know you too. The inferno swelling within you. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you!
Aha! Unfortunately for you, I am invincible.
Do not tell me your light's fire is already spent.
Dude, that's this entire game.
Yes, yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet!
Ouch!
Mine for the taking!
Already did that.
I have you! A test of your reflexes! Show me your vaunted fortitude. A test of your reflexes. I have you. Mine for the taking! A test of your reflexes! I have you! A test of your reflexes! Ah! No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent. Now fall! This is my moment! Our moment!
No! Where's my sword? No, it's not. You're gay. That's right, bitch. They should have had quick time events there. They should have had pressed like X and Y and B.
That I should lose again. How disappointing.
Yeah, that's what will happen. Bonk. Shut up.
Never have I understood those around me. Understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark, blinding, brilliant, gone too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure. Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
Teleport. Oh, Xenos!
You hear? Safe. Must tend to. Open your. Please.
Someone, and
Please.
you can't leave us. Not like this. If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on. Open your eyes and get up.
Are you...
Cheers.
Are you with us?
What smile is that?
Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Is everyone alright?
After what you've done, you're the last person
Don't cry.
to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
I made it, didn't I?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could.
Ken?
But how is the pain?
Can't feel a thing. I didn't even lose 1 hit point.
Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this. When Meteon appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came. And when you finally deign to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside.
Mac. Are we home?
We're home, my friend. We're home.
Is that?
No, never mind.
It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
Thank heavens.
Truly.
They've done it!
Welcome home.
Yes!
Oh, you wish. There's gonna be like half an hour more after this.
Welcome home, everyone! Welcome home!
Thank you. I don't think they released any raids yet. This is gonna be a bunch of actual credits. This is why you don't do voice acting if you're not a mega company. Look at all of these voice actors. Especially here, since they're doing localization, they have 4 voice actors for every one character. They probably have like 200 voice actors in total. Like, absolutely insane. What is this? Don't make me watch. Why no voice for generic NPCs? Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why. Nobody does that. Because it's retarded. Bethesda does that. Because they have one voice actor for everyone. Which is why it's terrible. That's what I remember. There was some image at the end of Shadowbringers I wanted to use as a wallpaper, but I forgot which one it was.
Dearest mother, dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the Rising Stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion.
No.
From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days.
In a way, I suppose.
At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself, a veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There you are, Alphino.
Alphino?
Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there. At least, that is what the story will be. Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations.
It's in the middle of town. It's like the...
To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru, as do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Oh shit, now I have to talk to everyone. Isildur! Do you have anything to say, Isildur? I love this guy. He's such a ripoff. He's like literally named as the Lord of the Rings character, like straight up. You were but an amateur adventurer when we first met, but look at you now. You've grown into quite the fine young lad, just as I always knew you would. One might say I ought to settle down in my old age, but seeing you now has set my adventurous spirit ablaze once more. But the first journey I set out upon will be a long-awaited hot springs tour with my dear friend Hobie. He's such a Chad. There has been naught but chaos since the Telophoroi first appeared. Towers, lunar primals, the Empire, the final days. Yet we have weathered it all, and lived to see the sun rise on a new day. And now that peace has returned, I can finally resume my travels with my grandfather. Perhaps we will go first to Kugane, to relax in the Bokaisen hot springs. That might be nice. Of course, my journey will not simply be for pleasure. I will collect information on the territories I travel. Perhaps I shall visit Nagsha via Doma. Robin, thou hast spoken with our comrades? No. Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow. Akin to a pixie's path, the navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Loporites embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent on assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, what the fuck did I read? There's some dirt on my screen. To that end, a cadre of Loporites hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Hydaelyn, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of the star. And 'tis Venat's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affections for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance, and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance? I'd call it friendship. I did not wish to presume. I would be honored should they consider me a friend. But 'tis certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the science of the seventh dawn, to mine incomparable companions. Ofttimes hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus instead I do proffer my humble support. Be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder cross stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. Good, because we're gonna do a bunch of dungeons with my DPS later. Robin, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you haven't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the land surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald, and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the northern Empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Sharlayan too may have come under threat. thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capabilities of the capacities of each nation to handle on their own. The Scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out where we can, of course. As individuals, no more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alfina. They were among the worst affected, and still need all the help they can get. Won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with the tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though. That I'll curse my weakness. My inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. Well, you guys were flying out into the fucking space void. And you should hear about me. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. Think you can keep up with me? Ah, you asked for it, so you had better watch out. Oh yes. The next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Go on, Robin. Don't miss this chance to say a word to each of our friends. After all you've been through together. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. I need to rename my channel, but I don't know what to name it. Bloomweeda, who the fuck are you? The exploits of you... Where? I don't know who this is. The exploits of you and your companions are truly an inspiration to us all. I have never felt more compelled to hone my own skills, that I one day might be able to accomplish such heroic deeds. Ergmus means to visit Limsalaminsa, and I will join him and continue my search. I know not where we will meet again, but please take care of yourself. The salvation Minfilia dreamed for Eorzea comes closer to reality with every step the Scions take. Yes, the world may still be in the throes of change, but it is improving. I see it happening day by day, and I sit here praying that whatever new road you walk will bring you the wonder and joy you deserve. Should you need a rest in between your journeys, do come and join me on the terrace for old time's sake. We talked to Graha last. Ah, our champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. Ahem, that sounds more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you for that matter. On the mend, I trust. Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way, and healing magics or no, I'm impressed by how swiftly you recovered. Then again, 'tis hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Beatya undefeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, the source in all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost. But you held fast. Now Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with the Urianger aimless wandering. We've a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the Scions on the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that go unattended by nations. We will do our best to help out where we can, when we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I am faring well, and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones which comes to mind. How many times we set out from this base, then still return when our work was done. On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged, but never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Robin. I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? Best decision I've ever made. Sure, whatever. Just that we had a choice. I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune teller into the bargain. Vamatia, who the fuck are you? Oh, I kind of recognize you. Aren't you like the doorman or something? Arnwald has pressing matters, according to him anyway. A pity he couldn't be here to witness this momentous occasion. Though he bids me tell you congratulations. Oh, right, he's one of Arnwald's friends. That's the guy with the white hair and the white armor in Alamago. As for me, well, once the Scions disband, I intend to resume my work in Rhalgr's Reach. I suppose Arnwald will need support in Girobania too, though he would not admit as much. Well, he will have my help whether he wants it or not. Feels a little strange now Milling Pearl's gone quiet. Since my unique skills are no longer needed for the safety of the star and all that, I'm going to become an adventurer like you, traveling far and wide. I imagine I'll start by heading to Meracidia, or the New World. Just need to find myself a ship first. This is gonna take an hour talking to everyone. Oh, Robin. How are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Shalia, I was truly torn. As ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. But knowing the state you were founded, it could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life. No words could express the remorse I feel. He literally saved my life. It worked out, you did the right thing. I would have literally fucking died if you didn't come. It is a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I have been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the Forum without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must, and will, do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Baldesion. Through our work, Sharian will strengthen its ties with other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help in Raha and Ojika, and our other remaining members. Together we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. In such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel a lure for the task itself. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. To be honest, she's felt like the most dependable one throughout the entire time. Oh, Rob, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as father has been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I have made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I am able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlotte. Both Alice and I are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the Ilsebard contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the tempered across the lands. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Vicinia and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that, whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, that we might better help them to begin anew. I'll visit when I can. By all means. Full glad would I be for your visit, and I believe I speak for Alice as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you have been at my side, watching over me, in good times and in bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so. Yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you. Good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you, Robin, from the bottom of my heart. Like, it's actually going to take like an entire hour. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just wondering how you'll earn your keep now. Just wondering how I'll earn my keep now. Sure, I'll go with me. No need to ride his ass. Well, I thought you adventurers had any number of ways to earn coin. And though the Scion's mode of operation has changed, we should be compensated as before. In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Emmerich hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium district. As a former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Some days ago, a Hunnish envoy arrived with word from Ritra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragoons, like as not. Or pertains to dragons, like as not. In Thomnair, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the final days abated when you defeated Meteon. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Charlotte, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vritra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Charlian if they wish, to work and study. Vritra was always the satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well, one who has the complete confidence of his people, if the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives, but 'tis clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vritra's kin sought release from conflict. So weary were they of the suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgardsormr didn't give up. In hope he made the journey to distant Aetheris with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lands I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I would come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. That's all you care about? Two left. So glad the danger is past. There was nothing I could do but pray from here. So I was relieved to the point of tears when everyone made it back safely. I imagine we'll have more free time now, so I was thinking I'd study up on healing magic, that I could make myself more useful in the future. My first stop will be the Astrologicum in Ishgard to learn about Charlian astrology. I must follow Okar's lead and continue to hone my skills. I'm so glad I was able to be here this moment. You know, I considered continuing to follow in Hori's footsteps, but I've realized it's time I found my own way in life. Otherwise, I'll never be half the man my brother is. First things first, I'm going to head to Gridania to visit the Conjurer's Guild and the Archer's Guild. I will do my very best to brush up on my skills before I see you again. Who are you? We have accomplished our goals and put it behind us, but my time with the Scions provided memories that will last me a lifetime. What bliss, to think I was blessed with the chance to experience such unbridled brotherly love. Ah, but now that Okar has decided to set off with his dear brother, without the two of them together, I fear I might suffer withdrawal. Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I am averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I'd been meaning to ask you, something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final days subsided. Yes, I will go on a date with you. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles, more than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled among those memories are certain essential facts, the history of Aetheris and the ancients, glimpses of the era, glimpses of the Ea, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. Hell yeah, dude. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in book or tablet. Truth is given shape in interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well-intentioned the rendering. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity, yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the results of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other, until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account of my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Yet, even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered. Very well then. I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the Ea, and the ancients, and of so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It will be less a polished work, and more a reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown, or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. Oops! It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. She's literally blinded. Far too much blood has been spilt, and far too many lives lost. Still, I am glad I was able to do something to repay those who showed me a path to the future. Not that our job is over, of course, far from it. There is much that remains to be done before true and lasting peace can be achieved. To that end, Hori and I mean to set off for Corvos. We expect that the tensions between the Guardians and Corvosi will only flare more with the Empire's fall. I still remember the day we sparred together as though it were yesterday. To think how far we have all come since then. Even now I have not abandoned my dream of besting you in single combat. Of a friendly nature, of course. Though I clearly do not hold a candle to the Warrior of Light at present, I shall continue to train diligently, that one day you might consider me an equal. It's not gonna happen. Graha, you ready to go to Ishgard? Oh, Robin. Might you have a moment to talk? With Sion stepping away from the public eye, I have been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. And after speaking with Kryl, I have decided I will be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Baldesia. Not only am I indebted to Master Gallop for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become caretaker of the tower, never become a scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps. Mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise, to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Hell yeah, dude! Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you onto the unknown. Do you recall in the realm of the Omicrons, when I asked if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? While 'tis true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams, in the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor. There needn't be a promise, Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you. And I hope that you will do the same for me. Without a second thought. Hell yeah, bro. Let's fucking go. Ha! I'll hold you to that. As much as we have already seen, there is still so much we haven't. Who knows? Perhaps we'll even encounter survivors of the Omicrons somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you will be the first to know. I guess that's that. Depending on what the hell this is gonna be all about. Wait, who the fuck is this? I can still scarce believe our battle extended to the ends of creation, but seeing the Scion's mission to completion was both an honor and a privilege. As for myself, I've spent quite a while away from home, so I think I'll return to Limsa for now. And once I get there, my first order of business will be downing a pint or 3 at the Drowning Wedge. Hell yeah, bro. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet, be well. Oh, you get the Argo's horn here.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Sharlayan before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat-Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge his plans.
Me?
Quite right.
I'm gonna go level monk.
Indeed. Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Oh, hey. That's it. That's the end of the MMO. Never mind. The journey will never end. It's never over. That's what it said in the bottom right behind my camera. Meanwhile, 12,000 years in the past.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal. And yet, something stirs.
That's Elidibus.
Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as he foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
Also, they're not DLCs, they're expansions. There. Now we are officially done. To be continued. What's that? Oh. I want to go to Old Charlian though, even though it's super duper late. I think there are a couple of things. I think there are some optional dungeons left. So we'll do that tomorrow. And then I'm gonna start leveling a monk and doing like all the side quests in the entire game so that Martin wants to kill himself. Anyway, that's it. Honestly, I still think Shadowbringers was the better expansion. But that's mainly because I think it had much better themes and they were more consistent. And with themes, I mean writing themes. But Endwalker was still a Really good conclusion, I think. It had some weak points. Sure. But like it relied a lot too much on like the wow factor, which is fine. That's an ending. But I would probably put them at like the same quality level. They're just different. Anyway, that's that. Until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good night.